my life, searching for the light, been learning to fight through the darkness. I'll get this right, we were born to shine, and we still got time, it's not hopeless. Don't look now, here comes that awful feeling, my walls are caving in.
Hello everybody, I am back. So, oh, I didn't preload. Well, we'll start preloading now. Today we are playing Minecraft, more StoneBlock 4. There has been a decent amount of change around the base. Actually, there's... in the mechanism fission reactor, there has been a lot of change, and then the room with the steam turbines, also a lot of change. I will show that off in a second. And I have also done something that has made quite a bit of progress, but it was like literally 5 minutes away from the end of last stream. Pretty much like as soon as I could get the particle accelerator figured out, then the end, or then I could make the thing, which would lead to a lot of progress, and that thing was going to take a lot of time. Like, it literally took until Friday for me to have it work out until I could do the next thing, which is what we're doing today. So like, if I didn't do it, I would have had like 30 minutes of stuff to do on stream, and then it would have been about, I would have had to skip the next Minecraft stream, and it would have just been like nothing happening. So I was just like, okay, I have to do this now, and I'll just show off what I did and remake it on stream so that I can better have a stream. 1 second. Let me pause the music. So I do like it. It is a bit distracting to hear in my ear while trying to talk. So yeah, that bit of progress I will talk about as well. Also related to the mechanism fission reactor. So, things that have changed around this floor are... I know there is at least one thing. There's probably been a bit of a change here. Like, I removed this that was here and put all that stuff just into my storage system regularly. The only real change I can think of is, well, actually, one change is that I moved this backwards. I don't think that was like that last stream. It just got it out of the way and made the space more open. So that's in the wall instead. This is the only change I can think of. So this is a formation plane and an annihilation plane. Both are set to this, so it will just destroy and replace the steam engine. But how it works is, this is measuring the stress. Right now, it's using the entirety of the system, and it's outputting a signal of 14, and it's comparing it to this redstone signal, which is 15, obviously, and outputting 0. But what happens whenever I log in is this breaks for some reason. I don't know why, unless it's been fixed at some point, but like, this system would take the stress units that previously were on the last session and add it to the stress units it's trying to take this time, so it would literally just double the amount of stress on the system, and it would add that same amount every single time. So there's like, I couldn't just add more of this because it would just end up breaking in 2 times I logged in then. So what I had to do was set this up to both destroy and break it, but like, these will act constantly if you let them. So I had to do something to tell the, hey, only activate when this is broken, which is why the comparator is taking this signal and comparing it to 15, because when this gets too overstressed, then it outputs a signal of 15, which compares to this as 15 and outputs a signal out of this then, which goes into the ME toggle bus. This toggle bus, when it receives a redstone signal, connects it to the system, which tells it to break this. Once this is broken, it then gets immediately placed back down, which this can then register as no longer overstressed, and so it doesn't break it again. And instead, it disconnects this from the system, and that just works now, which is nice because it means now I can do Fortron stuff without having to think about that being broken or not. Slight changes around here are... Actually, before I talk about changes on this level, there's been a slight change in this pickaxe, which is noticeable. So, I realized I could take my netherite pickaxe that I had and turn it into a dark matter pickaxe and turn that into a red matter pickaxe. So that's just what I did. So now it's literally the exact same pickaxe, but it is red matter, which is going to be important. And because of that, I also then took the time to, because I wanted a similar thing for a tool to operate in a 3x3 area and a 5x5 area. So I literally just made 2 more pickaxes and called them hammers, even though they're not. Even though there is an actual hammer, I wanted it to be a pickaxe. Like, there is the actual red matter hammer. And I believe it operates in a 3x3 area, but I still wanted to just do hammer or regular pickaxes. So now I can take these if I need to mine in a 5x5 or a 3x3 area. But beyond that, let's start with Oratex. Slight changes are, I removed the refinery, and that's because of something I discovered because I was watching another person's playthrough of this. I can probably just say their name. I was watching Captain Sparkles and Zine play this, and someone in chat that they read out had said that you can use the polymorphic wand. Just search this up. Polymorphic wand. You can use this on a cow. Well, actually, sorry. First you have to select targeted polymorph, not random polymorph, and then you have to choose a target for it, and you have to choose the fluid cow. And if you do that and you start using it, you can change animals into fluid cows, but not only that, you can just keep recycling fluid cows to get new fluid cows, including fluid cows that you aren't supposed to have access to. Which, in this case, there was a liquid meat fluid cow. That's not actually important to this. What was important was this. There is a strange matter in a Sheol Fire fluid cow. So now I have infinite on both of these without needing the refinery. But you might be thinking that we needed sulfuric acid as well. So where are we going to be getting sulfuric acid? Well, this is where we're going to get into... Well, this is where this system setup comes in, because it turns out we are making sulfuric acid right here that we can change into liquid sulfuric acid and just put into this. And so we still have infinite sulfuric acid generation. I see, this is turned off. Well, we will have to get to this in a moment. I have more than enough energy in my system. It can handle 2 million for a little while, even without generating power. Well, I guess my nitro reactors are still going, so it's only like 1 million probably. But yeah, so that's why I no longer need the refinery. But there were some more fluid cows, like that liquid meat one. That's a new one. There was a creosote oil one, so I now have creosote oil, even though I pretty much never use it. And carbon was the one we already had access to. And the more interesting ones for industrial foregoing was that there was a pink slime one that I found, or that I made with the polymorphic wand. So now in between that and the liquid meat, I no longer needed the mob slayer factory. And there was even an ether. There was even an ether gas one. So I decided to take the time to automate these because this is already making the stuff needed to use them. So now, pretty much all the recipes that are made with these that I think I could ever need to do, if I need to do other stuff in industrial foregoing, I can easily make, which is very nice. What am I doing with this stuff? Do I just have this set to be operating constantly? Yeah, I guess I do. Oh well. It's not like it's actually taking from my system too much, so. Okay. So that is most of the changes on this floor. I don't think there's particularly much that's changed down here. I guess that is one thing that I'll have to talk about that I've just shown. What sign did I just break? Mob grinder. Guess I have to be more careful. Okay, so any changes down here? No. Actually, sorry. This is one change. I think that's the only change as well. I turned this into an auto-crafting thing instead of constantly going, which was a little hard to figure out how to do the redstone timing like I did previously. But now it's actually all hidden. I should be able to show off a little bit of it. So now what's happening is when this has something come into it, starts to send out a signal. And actually, I believe it's specifically when it's operating on as a recipe, not when it just has items in it. Although I can just check. Well, item did it, but it still seems to work with every recipe, including the ones that take multiple items, so. So that sends out a signal, which goes through this NOT gate, which goes into this pulse gate. So essentially what happens is signal. Oh, also when it comes out of here, it has a power level of like 1. So what I need to do is do a diode to change that power level 1 into a power level 15 so that I could send it far enough. It goes into this NOT gate, which turns this off, which lets this down. But it's also just like a small signal, so it ends up essentially just sending out a pulse to this. So then this is set to lock crafting until a redstone pulse is received. So right now it's unlocked because it's received a pulse at the end of the previous recipe. Which means once a recipe is requested, it will output the ingredients, receive a signal to lock it, or actually no, it'll automatically lock, or something like that, and then at the end of the recipe receives a pulse to unlock it again for the next craft. It's something like that. It's confusing. Even I don't fully understand what I managed to do here. But now this is operating perfectly on auto-crafting instead of having to constantly go. Which, last thing with Auratech, you might have noticed the particle accelerator is not beside it anymore. That's because I moved it into this compact machine. And I did that because... Can I... I can. Let me scroll. So one of the times when I was trying to get the particle accelerator to work still in this normal part of my world, what ended up happening was a particle shot out at this angle right here. It didn't hit anything in my base. It just went through a wall, and it destroyed blocks every other one on this angle, which was very annoying to see. And now I just have this line, which would take far too long to fix, because it's on this annoying-ass angle. And that was enough for me to go, yeah, it's oh wow, it's actually letting me zoom out the full way. Normally it runs into an issue. I'm gonna let it do this just so I can see the entirety of my world. That is cool as fuck. Look at that. That's... Sorry, I just want to admire this for a second. Like, you can see each individual ring and how it changes. This is the Twilight Ring, Ocean Ring, the Final Ring, the Void Chasm Ring. That's so fucking cool to see. It doesn't normally let me zoom out this far. I am so glad that I chose to mine this circle out, because that looks amazing. Sorry, okay, back to what I was talking about with this. But yeah, because of that angle, I was like, well, first off, that's really annoying and it's going to be ugly and I don't want that to happen again. But also, this is perfectly lined up with some of my AE2 stuff, my applied energistics system and all that, and like the quantum computer. I don't want that to happen to my important machinery and have to rebuild it or have things go wrong. So I am just going to, and this was also around the time that I was trying to use a YouTube tutorial. I think it was Chosen Architect was the guy who I ended up using to finally figure it out. But yeah, they kind of recommended putting in a compact machine, and I was like, yeah, that's a smart idea. So I also put it into a compact machine. I literally took the Chaos Chicken. I originally built this with the Chaos Chicken still right here, which this is where it was. But in the process of building all this up and trying to get it working, I accidentally killed the chicken. And that was actually fine. I have plenty of chaos. Like, I have all of this prepared for other recipes. And I have this extra stuff. I was originally trying to get all the way up to a chaos shard in here so that I could put it here to do with this recipe. So that I'd be ready for that one. But then I accidentally killed the chicken before that, so now I just have 6. and I needed to have at least one extra anyways for one extra small chaos fragment, just for other recipes we're going to need it for. Probably not today. Probably next time we stream. Hopefully next time we stream. But yeah, now this is on auto crafting. Oh, there's actually one more liquid cow I can talk about related to this. Originally, to get it working, the problem that I was running into was actually, like, the reason it kept exploding immediately was because I was adding both particles in right away. And the machine itself isn't smart enough to not add both particles right away. You have to set up redstone contraption stuff like this. So now how it works is, well, if I wanted to do, which one is this? Oh, this is for plutonium dust. If I wanted to do plutonium dust, I would put one ingredient in here, the other in this dropper, and once the one gets up to speed, specifically 2490, it would add the second particle, they collide, boom, it has energy collision over 2500 because in the brief time it takes for it to register the 2490, it will hit other ones and go above that. It tends to end up around 2800. But that's fine. So, then what it does is they collide. It ends up in normally this one, I think. I think I have it set up to take it even if it goes into this one, though. Yes. Nope, actually, no, I don't. So I did it enough times to conclude that it always ends up in this one, so then it has a storage bus, and it always shows only the output stuff. And then it can be exported through here, and the system can now just send out the ingredients, and it goes to the correct place. This one receives fluxite, and this one receives the uranium dust. This one receives the antimatter pellet for the other recipes. This one receives the neutronium, and this one receives the small chaos fragment, depending which recipe it is. This one is neutronium, this one is chaos fragment. And I have these set to their respective speeds, and the system should operate at those speeds. Like, if I just add... This might be a bad idea. I hope it's not a bad idea. If I just add this, we can watch its speed go up. And you can see how it's just going faster and faster and faster. And it's got above 15,000. And actually that's 22,000. Yeah. And that right there is kind of why I built the system in here now. Because as you can see, it just kind of went phew, once it got too much for the system to handle. So, this system now works nicely without needing, or with auto crafting. And I took all the acceptors off of this and just replaced them with one tier 9, which doesn't do as much as all of them did, but it really doesn't need as much as that one was doing. They weren't actually having an effect. What this actually needs more of is efficient speed add-ons, as does pretty much all of these. But yeah, I've changed that to pretty much all of them. They all have exactly one acceptor add-on. I also bought processing add-on tier 9s and did that on all of the ones where it's relevant, so those all now do 32 crafts at a time, and you can also see they're all very energy inefficient now. So once we get efficient speed tier 9s going, then Or once I can buy those, I'll be buying a lot of them to start filling out these. I also made ultimate machine cores simply because I could and replaced them on this machine. I didn't actually do it with these because the way I built them, I don't have any extra room. I would have to completely rebuild them, which means completely redo the auto crafting, and I don't want to do that, so I'm just accepting them as they are. This is where I can actually talk about the other fluid cow. There's a fluxite fluid cow, so I no longer needed this fluxite thing. Skeleton zombie. Did I take the fluxite one off? There you are. Amethyst fish. Yeah, so that slight change means I no longer need the amethyst fish, which means I might as well just remove the empty ones. Oh, this one also. I don't know what was there, though. I'll probably... I should probably just figure that out now. Oh, you, the apothecarist. Apothecarist. Like that, right? Did I spell it right? Apothecarist, yes. Does glowstone work? No, it does not. It has to be glowsticks. Your one and only use. This might get momentarily laggy. Less laggy than I thought it would be. Probably doesn't do great things to the stream, though, because of all the particles. Also, you're just gonna have to ignore all of the things coming up. Oh, dang, I didn't kill enough. Okay. Oh, yeah, also, I set this up so that it's constantly making XP go into this. It's extremely slow. Like, it's doing a couple hundred every second or so. Which isn't very much when we're dealing in hundreds of millions, but it's something at least. So yeah. Next thing to talk about... Oh. I took the time to buy these matter tanks. I didn't make them, so it's less doing something off stream than what otherwise it might appear. It was literally just me buying stuff from the shop that I figured I would want / need. And doing that with every single shop so that the rest of my money can just go into efficient speed tier 9 add-ons. I have bought everything else I think I will need, and if not, I could literally get like 1,000 in a day, so there'll just be one day where instead of buying efficient speed tier 9s, I'm buying whatever that thing I might need is. And the reason this is here is because I was looking into this. This I did make, I didn't buy it, which was kind of cheaty, but it was because I needed to look at the Matteropedia to see what thing has all 8 matter types that I can automate, and I can automate the red matter block. So, and it generates a lot of each type. Literally takes like 4 of them to fill a tank. So 4 red matter blocks is literally all I need to do in order to fill these tanks. So it means it's going to be very easy to automate this system if I actually make the entirety of it at some point. And Warden is still normal. Draconic reactor, nothing changed. I think that means we can go to the next floor. First minor change you might notice. There is nothing on this floor anymore. You know, instead of having 16 turbines here, there is literally nothing. I'll probably have to rebuild 9 of those turbines again, because I did double check all my mechanism math, and 9 turbines was still the amount I had for the fusion reactor. But my math on the fission, or sorry, on the fission reactor was wrong. You don't need 8, or sorry, about 7.5 for this. You need about 3. So I now have 3 turbines here. And you might also notice that they're on this floor and that this entire reactor has been moved. And the boiler's now in the middle. This is because if you go vent to vent like this, it can pump it out at a pretty much infinite rate. It literally will just do as much as it can input, or as much as this outputs, this will input. As much as this outputs, these will input. And as much as this outputs back into this will input. As long as you set up the vents correctly, which I did. So now there's this. It seems when I logged in, this shut itself off. Presumably, it ran into a problem with high temperature, I'm guessing. I'm guessing when I logged in, because whenever I log in, it does weird stuff with the sodium levels. It, like, instantly burns pretty much, well, based off of the burn rate, it pretty much instantly switches over. Like, this doesn't kick in as quickly as this does, so it, like, ends up burning a bunch of sodium, sending it to here, and then sending it back, and it ends up at a higher amount of heated sodium here. But that's overall pretty fine. Because what I should be able to do is set a burn rate of, let's try, no, not 2000. Let's try 200 to start with. See if this works fine. It seems to have kicked off correctly. So that means now we can start bumping it up. Let's go up another 200. Let's try 600. And as you can see, we have already massively gone above our previous burn rate limit, which was about 70 millibuckets. We are already up to 600 millibuckets. And the system is handling that just fine. It's also why it kicked itself down at the end, because it turns out I took the time to get enough sodium into this that it operates at max potential. I did take the time to build this same kind of setup in a creative world with more of these in there than what is currently shown. But it didn't actually Oh, I guess if it puts it all over there, then it doesn't matter if I put some extra sodium into the machine. Yeah, so whenever I log in, it destroys a lot of sodium for some reason. Which means it's kind of worth just having this go constantly. I thought that all that was happening was that it was putting it into here and leaving this back, but instead what it seems happened is it fills this and then dumps this down to 46,000, or sorry, 46 million millibuckets. I've seen that number before. So it seems like it's just destroying any excess beyond that for some reason when I log in. Which means I do need to have this go constantly, kind of. And for some reason, this is constantly running into a problem where, like, it should be generating more than enough water for what it's doing. Okay, yeah, but so setup's changed slightly. This is the only one where you can see into the turbine. And it's kind of pointless when it's this full of steam, but, like, you can see that it's spinning super fast in there. So fast that some of those actually look slow. This entire setup had to be moved, of course, except this. I intentionally planned where I was going to build this around the fact that I didn't want to rebuild that. Or this. This stuff is literally all in the same spot. This is actually why it's reaching so much further than it used to. Because the reactor used to be back, like, here somewhere. I had to move it up. This entire setup was the thing I chose to move, which did actually result in some radiation spillage, but that's gone away because I had to spend so long making polonium, which gets into the thing I did that was a little bit cheatski. Oh, actually, before I get into that, I took the time to take the vigor bow, I had previously made the vigor bow offline. I didn't use it because I didn't care about it, but I did take the time to no, that's how you do it. Fill it with those so that it does a lot of damage, and then apotheosis it so that it is powerful. It can now also one-shot stuff. It's not particularly better than the sword. It's just another way to do it if I need to do it at range for some reason, or if I want to do it at ranged. But now actually, one more thing before I get into the neutronium reactor. You might be wondering, with this operating at full potential, how much is it actually doing? And the answer to that is 38.26 million. But that's just one turbine. All three of them are doing this. So if we look at all three together, we're getting 170 million. Sorry, 107 million. 115 million if we discount how much is being taken off. But this is mostly about just having the reactor run. It takes about 10 million power to have it run at full capacity. So yeah, now we're generating a lot of power every tick. So, I took the time to make the neutron collector. This was the cheatski thing. We have all the ingredients to have previously made these. We actually made this on stream. We've made this before. I think we've made these... I don't know if I've ever actually made these on streams, but it's so simple. It's literally just Eye of Ender, Obsidian, Flux Dust, which comes about via Skystone Redstone in the World Engine. It's so fucking simple. So, the only thing that we needed was these. And in order to make these, we needed these, which required plutonium dust, which was the particle accelerator thing we were working on. So I was so close at the end of last stream to having this running. And if I had got it running then, it would have made everything so simple for getting to next stream. I wouldn't have needed to do it cheat ski, I would have just done it. But of course, I ran into problems not understanding how the particle accelerator works. So, I took the time to make it anyways, and we are going to make it again right now. Simply because I want to kind of fully show everything required. Oh, also, as you can see, I have a fucking ton of plutonium pellets. I'll also show off that I have a fucking ton of plutonium pellets. You'll also see that I have a bunch of plutonium pellets. I guess these are both called plutonium pellets. That's slightly confusing, but the Oratic ones. This was my stress test of the particle accelerator. I told it, hey, I want a bunch of plutonium, so just make me 1,000 plutonium pellets, and that will be proof that I've correctly set up the system. So I know that I've done this right. So, we'll actually go watch the particle accelerator work. As it does this. So let's tell it to make one more of these, even though we don't need it to. And you will notice it inserts the particle, starts to speed up. It's already put the fluxite in here, and it's added 2 because it takes 2 to make one of those. Energy collision 2914. It's started on the next one. It's already taken that one. Crafting the second one. There we go. So as you can see, just redstone signal, sends it into this machine. And makes 4 of these because you have to make 4 at a time with the recipe I chose. I chose the most efficient one, which was this one. These are pretty simple to make. Netherite, platinum. We're generating platinum from roosts. We're generating netherite by just having gold and netherite scrap. So like, very simple, infinite resources. Most efficient one. So that's how you make these. Then just to make those, you would normally do this. I don't want to because I already have 3. So we are going to make a neutron collector. As you can see, we have this available. We're going to be... What's the first thing we're crafting? Reactor walls for the advanced machine cores, adamant ingots, and flux cores. So at the end of last stream, we would have been at this point ready to make the neutron collector, just about. And then, what you need to do with this is what I did here. You place it down, attach an import bus to it so that as it generates, it makes as it generates neutrons, it imports them. I took the time to do this soul pipe setup so that it would generate faster. And then what I did was, because we had already previously set this up, is I just had it start actually exporting the neutron piles, which made it make polonium, which I did 2 things with. 1, polonium pellets. 2, I told it, or I set up this with a radioactive waste barrel in between so that it would input into that, and then I could tell it to only export from that. And then once it was full, I told it to not put anything else into this. I just disconnected these pipes from the barrel, then I took out of the barrel and destroyed the barrel. So now this is just floating here. Because this is as much polonium as we will need for what we're doing today. Hey, great segue, what are we doing today? Could have been a great segue, but I actually want to look at something. I have to check this like every day. Oh, it hasn't reset. It's really lagging. This did not reset like it sometimes does. I'm just looking for the maze wafer so that I can get another food eaten. So. Foods. No, that's not what we're focusing on. Today, we are going to get the SPS machine up and running. $100 million FE per millibucket. Is that per millibuckets of this that we do, or process rate? 1 millibucket per tick. I hope that's based off of this millibucket, not this millibucket. If so, that's 20 millibuckets per second, which is 200 for 10 seconds, 1,000 for 50 seconds. So that means to get the antimatter pellets we need, it will take 150 seconds or a minute and a half. Sorry, no. Uh, 2 minutes and a half. But we are going to set this up. Do we already have this structural glass on? We do. So we can put this in here as a part of more mechanism stuff. We aren't going to need the SPS thing for long, so it doesn't matter that I can't put it with the other mechanism stuff, because I'm just going to be taking this out once it's done. So we're going to tell our system make 3 of these. We need an import, an export, and a energy input. Yes. Second, we are going to tell it to make 60 of these. How do I tell my system that it doesn't have to worry about how many HDPE pellets are in here? If I just add a 0 to both of these. This is one way to do it. How much energy are we taking from now? That is costing us like 2 or 3 million FE just to run that. Actually, I can just check here. It's 3 million. Just to run this for a little bit. And it should be shutting off sometime soon. How precisely does it hit 180? Let's see. 1283, and it shuts off, finishes those, and then substrate shuts off because it has a much lower limit. Perfect. How nice. Now I should always have enough no matter what I need it for. Because, what's the recipe for this? Oh yeah, it's just an enrichment chamber. Okay. And there aren't actually that many uses that we have for it, so let's tell it to make 60 of these, and it should say, hey, yeah, we have enough. I can tell it to make one of these. Did not take long. We have plenty of structural glass already. Then I think it's something like that. We're going to see if I can do this just from memory. And then we're going to be very upset when it turns out I've got the wrong dimensions. Okay, we got it right. That's going to be an output. We probably want to give this its own energy thing. One flux point. Network name. Don't know what the difference between those was. This is going to be the SPS. We don't want to put it this high because that will use up all of our system. Let's put it at 100 million exactly because we are generating more than that. So that is 1,000 million, 100 million. Let's put it low on our priority list. Don't bypass the limit. I think power surge is fine. We will see. And there we go. Now we just need to we're at the perfect height to do this. I don't know why that started it, but sure. And it is achieving greatness. Beautiful. So, how I plan to do this is, once this achieves 4,000 in it, I am going to disconnect it from this and connect it into this. The reason being, I only need to make 3 antimatter pellets? Is that what they're called? Yes, it's pellets. Once I have 3 antimatter pellets, and this will actually help me make 4, so I'll have 1 extra one just in case, but the rest of this I will be wanting to turn into... Actually, no, I have to turn it off after it gets to 3. I can't make an extra one. I didn't provide enough polonium for it to have an extra one. There's enough polonium for 500 millibuckets, so it's fine if there's a little bit of extra that gets wasted. I just need to get exactly 3 into here. Or sorry, I just have to get above 3 but below 3,500, which fortunately won't take too long. Once we get those 3,000 in here, we disconnect, put it into here, make 3 antimatter pellets, destroy this, and in its place we will be putting this. And we'll be replacing this pipe with a regular pipe. So then we will just have the ability for all of this to be turned into antimatter. Oh, hey, we can disconnect this. Okay, and now in this, we go to chemicals, input, I disconnected it here apparently. Does not take long, even though I don't have any upgrades in it, doesn't matter to me. There we go. Yeah, so that neutronium stuff that I did last time got me these 2 quests complete, which got me this complete because we'd already previously built it. So this quest just got me the antimatter pellet, which means we are just about ready for this to be... Oh, it's full. We can make this. Alchemy will make it sciencey. Upgrades, it doesn't take any upgrades. So this will now fill up with the extra that we have. And that is going to be used to make the antimatter chicken once we get the neutronium chicken. To get the neutronium chicken, we need this. So we're going to take a small chaos fragment. We can just take the elevator down. Into here. Okay, now I have to make sure I get this right. Antimatter pellet will go into here. And which of these ones is the... This is the one. Okay, so this... It's set to 15,000. This takes 15,000. Now, this should operate correctly. It shouldn't be imported into the system automatically yet, because I don't actually know which of these it's going to end up going into. It went into this one. Okay. So we can tell the system to import this. And now if we go home, we have to be very careful with that. Dark matter block. We should have... Right. Trash those. Speak with the Radiance. Continue to exceed my calculations. Perhaps humanity was not as limited as we once believed. Perhaps if we'd given more of your kind a chance. Let's meet infinity, even though we've technically apparently already done that. 50. Infinity is the sole being holding back the collapse of reality as you know it. Work with them to unlock the Infinity World Engine upgrade. It all comes down to this. Well, we will be working on this in a bit, because actually technically, very technically, we already have everything needed for this. To make this, we just need this electrum glowstone. That's actually pretty easy. Oh, and this is the same thing, so... Infinity Singularity. Hopefully we will get this done today. It is of decent importance. I don't think we'll be getting this done today. But we might be able to get up to this, and then I'll just have to automate this so that next time I get back I can do this. We will see. But for now, I now have access to your shop, which means I can now buy a bunch of those. I'll do that off stream as well. A living, breathing human within the void. How curious. You have arrived at the threshold of infinity. Beyond this point, there's understanding few minds could ever endure. What do we get from you? Stack Omega tier.
You have heard whispers of infinity from the echoes, but they grasp only fragments. The work's simulations can imitate knowledge, yet they cannot comprehend the truth behind it. Infinity is both the beginning and the end, creation and collapse intertwined. Do not fear what you cannot fully grasp. You need not understand infinity to wield its power. You need only follow the path I will reveal, for I have walked it countless times. Begin by compressing matter into distinct singularities, each embodying a separate aspect. Your world engine will then combine them into a single infinity singularity, the catalyst for creation itself. From it, you may forge the infinity ingot, an alloy that contains the very essence of being. Once you have gathered 9 of these alloys, shape them into a block and place it alongside 2 reactor neutron reflectors to shield your world engine from collapse. Only then will you unlock the final world engine upgrade.
Okay. Let's go back home. Actually, we should have gone to the world engine. Because... let's tell it to make 4 of those. We need 4 dark matter. Oh wow, very center. And the next upgrade is the last, and I'm betting you it probably fits in right underneath these. It's probably reactor, infinity block reactor, or something like that. On top of this. That's my guess. Would I have been able to fit this in here after all? So it would have been a storage bus on the back. Pipe coming out. Coming down. We would need to come to a point where I could split it off. So it would have to come all the way down to here. I could put the block here, export into it. Yeah, I could have fit it there. And it would look nice and symmetrical and pretty. And I might still end up doing that, but it will not be until after the next upgrade because I don't actually know where it's going to be and I don't want to destroy my setup. Okay, I didn't actually know if how long that would take. So we're going to be setting some of this stuff back in the process and see how much we can get to today. So, Neutronium Chicken comes first. So we should have everything we need. We put that there. Yes. We are getting the Neutronium Chicken, which means we are also going to be getting the Antimatter Chicken. very soon, because we've already got literally everything set up for it, and by the time we get up there, it's probably going to have everything we need. But the first thing we need to do is breed 3 more neutronium chickens. 2 which will become antimatter chickens, 2 which will go into our system, and 1 which we will start training. Really taking your time there. Yeah, we can pop that in there. We can start crafting that as well. Oh, wow, these came out at pretty much the same time. Chaotic Infusion. I guess we can set this up here again. Oh wait, no, it's supposed to be more like this or something, isn't it? Because if I put that there, does it recognize it? It does not. But if I put it there, it does. Single item. So, first things first. And that is the Chaos Chicken. Okay. So it's 4 of those, 4 of those, 4 of these. I bet you the order doesn't actually matter. 2, 3, 4. Yep. Order does not matter. Beautiful. Four and 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. So, what we should do now is breed another chaos chicken. Two of those away for if I need them. And start strength training this one. And just tell that to go. Now we need to breed 2 more to be crafted and 1 more for strength purposes. We will use this one for strength purposes. This one for crafting purposes. And that for crafting purposes. Okay, that is the breeder no longer needed. So our first 10,000 is already done. Our second 10,000 is also already done. You can go back to whatever the default is, and away you go. We should no longer need you, because I don't think I care about anything you provide. I suppose that would be the one exception. If I needed more Hearts of the Seas, I might end up rebuilding you. Do you keep that? Oh, hey, you do keep that antimatter. And that means we can destroy this. Also no longer needed. So, now the only reason we're doing any of this shit is so that I can generate energy. The rest of it no longer matters to me. Oh, I got rid of the breeder. Like an absolute fool. Okay, put that in, take you out. And do that. That. Start training up you. And there we go. Hey, you are also done. Okay, so which of these do I already have places for? I have Neutronium, I have Chaos, so these two are already done. That's Neutronium. This is antimatter. This is chaos. We are going to need to redo this, which is sucks. Do I think this will be enough? It's gonna suck if I have to redo this twice, though, so we might as well expand this as far as we can. Okay, all of the feeding is gonna be gone. We have to do about 180 clicks. Okay, how many more do I have to go? So fucking many. Three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 20. Now we do a quick scroll through to make sure we got everything. Close it, open the config again just to double check nothing turned itself off, as it has done a couple times. Brown, pink, none. Okay, and we tell this thing to take out of... sulfur. So now it should be generating its sulfur again. Let's just maximize this right away. Wrong thing. Okay, so now we need soil. One more. And that will keep those full. Hopefully. I'm going to tell it to import that because that's not what it's going to be exporting, so I won't accidentally start filling my system with antimatter. There we go. And now for antimatter. Do I want to make it so unimportant as to just be amongst all of this shit? It feels like it should almost be bigger. Like it should get something of its own. Why not? I might be running out of room, but who cares? I'm also nearing the end of the game. I can take the time to do completely pointless things like this. Functional. And I can hold billions upon billions. Okay. Now if I remove the soil from this, it should start importing. Beautiful. And now I have as much antimatter as I need. Which means I can tell it to start doing that. Okay. But before I start having it autocraft those as needed, I want to double check. Yes, we are getting tons and tons of large chaos, as well as tons of neutronium. So if I tell this system to craft these, I need a crafting card, tell it, hey, craft those yourself. Then it should make them. Wait, it's crafting 4? Why is it crafting 4? It's 1 per. What? You should be crafting 1 at a time. I didn't do something stupid like tell it to craft 4 at a time with the recipe, did I? No, that's just telling it to make 1. I don't know why it would make 4 at a time. But that's that quest done. Well, it's making 2 days at a time, for some reason. Okay. Oh, actually, while I'm here, let's make stable antimatter. This has our neutronium ingot. So it's going into this one, which means we need a storage bus. I'm going to take one of these just because it's probably going to auto-import it as soon as I put that on. And we set it to that. I don't have any upgrades in these, no. I don't need to, because it's slow enough. You guys. We are swapping you out. So I believe your speed boost is based off of remaining 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I'm gonna try and hang around here so that I can check on this guy in 3 minutes. Swap that to block. It means it shouldn't eat this now, and it should hopefully eat this when we next get the chance to eat. I just run. Wow. Spell damage, speed, mana regeneration, resistance 5, ancient knowledge 5. Ooh, that's actually nice. Flying 2, strength 6, water breathing. $60. I don't want to be making those constantly, so the potion effects are not that good. 1 minute remaining. Okay, antimatter chicken is done. Ultimate stew, cosmic meatballs. We'll be back within a minute, probably. It's much harder to get down on this than it is to go up it. Everything we need. We appear to have run into a problem. I will check on that in 20 seconds. I want to see this. Currently it's a speed boost of 30%. I want to know how long it, or what it might go up to. 400% for 20 minutes. I don't even know if I need the raw replica at this point. It literally might be completely pointless of me to be doing this. I've never used it so far. I want to do it anyways. Did I not tell it to export? Why is this system not recognizing that as... this? It should be. Okay, do I have everything I need for the ultimate stew? Did I prepare that in advance as well? I did not, so I need a mushroom stew and a beef stew. Mushroom stew. Where's beef stew? Beef, carrot, potato bowl. Beef, carrot, potato. Ultimate stew. Make one. Why did I take that out? Now the system won't find it. So that means I have to cancel this recipe too. Okay. So, the next thing we are going to do is... I should really set up auto crafting on this. It would be such a pain. Actually, no, I should only do that if I figure out there's something that I need to auto craft. Because as it currently stands, it would be too much of a pain to bother with. Okay, we're going to craft this. Two flux gates. You know, I say that, but I'm also already annoyed with having to put stuff in, so we are just going to do it anyways. So, storage bus on each of these. Don't know if that counts, but we're just gonna hope it does. Storage bus on this. Okay, pull down out of these. We can connect it into, that has 49 channels, this has 9 channels, so we are definitely connecting it into this one. Right? Do we want to do it like that? Might as well. Actually... No, I don't want to do it like this. Where's the best spot for this? So if I do it like this, I have to connect it in back here as well. If I move it forwards one, then I'd just be having to put 2 down. If I did it up here... No, this is the best spot. Export. Oversized interface. Oversized interface. Export. So, in terms of things I will need to craft, this might be something I want to automate. Same with that. And definitely that. Capacitor, chest plate, that. So, if we tell it to make that and we set the main storage bus as this, then and now, if we look in our system at Draconium, we should see a recipe for these and this. And if I tell it to make one of these, what else is needed? 2 iron ingots. Why did nothing else go anywhere? Oh, I forgot to attach storage buses onto the bottoms of everything. I only attached it to 3 of them. And now, if we look at this, we can craft it. Well, it works. At least in the theoretical. Conic core. Chaotic core. So. I want to tell it to make this for me. And I want to tell this to make this for me. What goes in the center? Large chaos fragment. So this, and we need to output this and this. I should probably add capacity cards. Capacity cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I should have let it pick this out. Doesn't matter. Add draconic. And now, if I tell it to make 16... Damn it. Okay. So I either have to individually check recipes, which would be a huge pain, or I have to attempt to learn the other type of pattern provider. Advanced pattern encoder. In order to teach the ME Advanced Pattern Provider where to send your items, a special device is needed to encode that information. You can use right-click with it in hand to open its GUI. Leaving the selection in the A button will send it to whatever face is directly connected to the pattern provider. So, huh. Cool. Is there anything else under pattern that's relevant to me? And how do I do this? Well, first let's take this. Right. Target the north face of the machine, east face, south face. This actually doesn't help me. Because this machine is multiple blocks. Might be useful in the future, but not useful right now. At Draconic or so. And we have to do 4 of these. 4 of those, so I need to choose 8. So these 4 will be for that. And these 4 will be for this. Okay, and now if we tell it to make just one of these, and we check the recipe thing, it does come out correct. Other than the fact that there's too many of those in there. But that might have just been a remnant from the last recipe. Storage bus. Export. There? Perfect. I need more capacity things. Because I don't know how many this is going to take, so... Okay, but what happens if I want to make multiple? Like, if I want to make 15... I am now realizing that the other things are going to need to not be available, or else it will just... What's something that doesn't get used as part of any kind of recipe? Disenchantment. And we will save this for future recipes. Oh. Okay. I suppose I could have started by just taking out these. Okay, now if we... Oh, okay, that recipe's already been cancelled. But if we try 14 now... Perfect. Now if we craft one, and now we can just sit here and craft all of these. I'm curious, is there a way to do this with like a lever or something? If I just... It does count that. Redstone clock. Perfect. Now I don't have to activate it. I just need to set up recipes, and now the recipes can automatically be activated. Should actually probably look at these ones. I can make this slightly faster if I just... One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Name... what is this called again? Fusion crafting. Fusion crafting. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Not what I meant to do. Okay. Sweet. Now if I look at draconic, cores, and I look at this one, we can see that we need 4 of these, 4 of these, 4 of these, and 1 there. That is slightly more complicated, but we will give it a shot. So we already have 4 of those. Something worth considering is, do we ever need to do wyvern cores and large chaos fragments in the same recipe? Because if the answer is no, and it is, then I'll just overlap these into the same spot, because they'll never have conflicts. So it'll be super easy to ensure that everything goes to the right place. Hopefully. And now if we try to make 16 of these, large chaos fragment, should be putting everything in. Oh, but it put all 5 in there. Is there a way to ensure that it... if I set this to -1, take out all of those. Actually, we should cancel the recipe. Oh, wait, did I need these in this recipe? I did. What else shares a recipe with this? I won't be making that again. I probably won't be auto-crafting these ones. I might auto-craft that one. So we definitely don't want it to overlap with those, which is fine because it won't be. Okay, and now let's first test it with 1. Oh, damn it. Damn. We have to take that off. Okay, so that worked out that time. And I'm going to take a gamble that it's going to work out this time. And it is currently. Did it stop working literally right after I left? No. Oh, it needs a bunch of these. Okay. So we just have to let it craft those for a little while. Well, it does that. I'm gonna start trying to work on sorting this problem out. So this is the thing that goes in the center. Good. We already have 3 of those, so we're going to need to set something else to chaotic core. We're going to need that, that, and that. And we already have large chaos fragment. So with these, we don't want to interrupt all of the wyvern cores. We don't want to interrupt any of the awakened draconium ingots. It should be fine to go in here. Okay. Okay, now we scroll down to this section. How many more does it have to go? 7? Okay, so it's making 48. I suppose it's not capable of redistributing it over to those, even though that's where it needs it. So if I take that and put it into here, the system recognizes it and doesn't care where it came from. We need 4 reactor stabilizers. Let's set this up on Flux instead of this. World engine. That's draconic. Perfect. Now let's hope I never accidentally reset the world engine. Okay. Now to test out the reactor stabilizer. A crucial part of this setup is this. What's this? Oh, this needs 4 chaotic cores. Got you. Off stream, I should just make a fuck ton of these. Like 1,000 or maybe even 10,000. Put them into my system. And then that way, whenever I need to make chaotic cores or anything, it's just automatically there. I guess it depends how much more I think I'll need to do in Draconic. Can I speed this up somehow? I can. So it makes crafting instantaneous, but charging is still... limited. Draconic. Available 3. Right, we have to tell it, hey, don't export this. Put it here. And we have to tell the system, hey, export this. But it doesn't recognize that it's in there because it's not being stored at all. So we have to say, recognize this. And that does, in fact, tell it enough. Let's put 2 acceleration cards in here. Why are you not taking that? Oh, because I'm a fucking moron. And that should be another quest complete. And this should be enough to go into the Draconic Reactor and start working on it. This reactor can explode. To start setting 1, place the reactor in the center with the stabilizers up to 5 blocks away from it, each in a separate direction, and the injector above or below it. Probably below. Awaken Draconium, max 8 blocks at a time. In the center, up to 5 blocks away from it, each in a separate direction, and the injector... Okay, 5 blocks away. So that means it is 5 blocks plus the center block, so it's a 7x7 area. Where's a nice block to work with? Sure, emerald blocks. So if we go there, then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Center block. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. And there. For containment field. What were the flux gates needed for? Does it say flux gate anywhere in this? What? What do these do? Why are they a part of this? Luix. I know I won't be needing that many. I should save that until I actually understand this. That's not where I wanted to place it. Oh, I know why this isn't working right. I have these on the wrong level. Well, I can fix this by just doing this and... Okay, there we go. Fuel in, chaos out. Flux point. Awakened, Draconium. When enabled, the reactor will unable to shut down when the temperature drops below 2000 reaches 99%. This can be used on a shutdown reactor in the event of malfunction or just when it needs to be refueled. Core temperature. Energy saturation. Is there supposed to be a visual? Oh, I should not be setting it to bypass limit. Power surge is fine. Bypass limit is a bad idea for this. I'm not entirely sure what is going on. To be honest, that transfer limit is kind of high for this. It shows within the reactor. Hmm. Flux gate, redstone signal low, flow rate. Oh, is this how I input? Low. Okay. Yeah. What is this called again? Draconic reactor. Draconic reactor. Let's start it off low at 100,000. And let's get a lever. Nope, that does not appear to be working. What happens if I set this to like 1 and 15? Still not doing shit. Whoops, sorry. Let me search up Draconic Reactor Wiki. See if there is something with more information on how this is supposed to be set up. One wants the reactor to be a sphere. Comparator output symmetric, that helps solve this problem. I wish there was actually photos here. At least 4 reactor stabilizers positioned equal distance away from the reactor core, such that it shares 2 coordinates x, y, or z. Within the core, should be placed below the core. Should be placed below the core, although it can be positioned above or to the side. Reactor energy injectors use flux to power the containment field of the reactor, which keeps the fusion. Reactor energy injectors use flux to power the containment field, which keeps the fusion reactor in check, thus preventing an explosion. Oh, I see. I just had OBS temporarily lose connection. And am I offline or online? You're confusing me. You really can't decide. Okay, I'm online. Setup. Okay, so press the blue power. Labeled active. This was begin producing flux. Load will be placed on the containment field, which will require a constant stream of flux can be drawn from flux gate connected to cryo-stabilized flux duct, however, directly connecting the reactor's output to the energy injector using cryo-stabilized flux duct. Without a powering solid explosion. Flux. Let me limit this to draconic. Oh. 0, 0, 1. $100? Okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out when I get back. I have to go AFK for a moment. Let me just do this and start some music. Okay. I'll be right back.
I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right. I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. You know I'm fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. You know I'm fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight.
I'm standing on the edge of a cliff. Realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven's send. With me tonight, I run away. I run away. count is our brand new start. Even if it hurts me or I get scared, just come take this risk now. We'll be prepared. I run away. I run away. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Keep your secrets there, keep them everywhere. Just you and I run away. I run I was angry before, but I circled the drain in my mind. I can't find. Don't let the sun go down. Don't let the sun go down. I was angry before, but I circled the drain in my mind. I can't find. Don't let the sun go down. Don't let the sun go down. Don't let the sun go
Okay, I'm back. So, I'm currently watching a video to try and figure out please say my stream is still good. Okay, so it should still be online. Oh, I know what's happened. The microwave is definitely in use right now. As long as it's not enough to take down my stream and it's only causing problems. Reconnection successful, yeah. And there's no way for me to have a direct connection to the Wi-Fi router, sadly. We're gonna be AFK for a moment longer. Well, I mean, somewhat AFK, because, like, I'm here. It says we're offline, which is not good. I'm hoping that's just a... Okay, we're back. So you have to set up the flux gates going into the stabilization and... shut down, take out that. Oh, the injector also isn't supposed to be... Okay, so we're just going to... And we're going to draconic reactor output. Draconic reactor input. So, what we first need to do is set this up proper. Two, three, four, five. That goes in. And at draconic. We need a new injector, damn it. Do I still have the recipe here? Is it gonna work? It's probably not gonna work. I'm gonna have to go out. Oh, we have to tell it to... Okay, so first we need to tell it where to put the stuff. Two, three, four. One, two, three, Okay. One second. I have to reload the player. Just so that I can see that my whole system is in fact working again. It is! Good! We once again have a normal thing happening. Three, 4, 5, 6. Why? Okay. Let's figure out how the hell we can get this to go the right way. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Do we want it there? Do we want it one block higher, maybe? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Flux. Point plug. Draconic reactor. Input. Core temperature, containment field strength. Okay, now is the time when I am going to slash backup start, because now is the point where I can actually really fuck things up. Oh, wait. Containment field is starting to go up. Server backup done. Okay, now we can... Energy saturation. Fuel conversion level. I assume this has to be provided with constant fuel, right? Yes, no? Or is it just that you provide it with energy and it provides you with more energy? So this is how I control the input and the output, so I can actually do the same thing here. Bypass limit. Containment field strength. Okay, so now once I hit activate, things can go really wrong if I don't do it right. So this is currently going 1 million. Let's pop this up to halfway, just to... Oh. 5, apply. I don't actually know... Yep. Well, I might as well grab what I can. I'm almost certainly gonna have to. It said 2 minutes. So, guess we'll see what happens. somewhere around here. We are so dead. Slash back? Is it still going on? Oh, yep, that's still going on. I'm probably gonna just reload a save. Back if it's what do you mean I'm falling? Slash back. If I am falling once again, then there is no way for me to enter the compact world. Yep. Save and quit. So we're going to be looking for a backup created at about 220. Restore world. Today is January 18th. This would be 216. Yeah, that's pretty close. And now let's try play. So I have to find out how much... Because I don't know if the problem is that I was overloading it with too much energy at one time, or if I was not taking enough out. Because I don't know, like, shit all about draconic reactor stuff. This is my first time working with it. And there's no book, so, like, the only thing I can do is Google and hope there's something. Because, well, 100 million power per tick is pretty good. This is a weird state to be in. It annoys me that you can't actually see that block. 100,000... 100... Let's just get rid of those. Sure, we'll just put those away. Okay. Okay, draconic reactor. Reactors are quite safe. As long as you follow 5 steps, your reactor will not not break any part of the reactor while it is online, of course. Do not connect the energy output directly to the containment field. Do not let your reactor temperature get above 8,000 degrees. Do not let your reactor's fuel content get above 84%. Do not let your pet chicken stand on the reactors. This will cause your chicken to evolve into an abyssal god. Outputs more power at its maximum potential than any other power generator in the game. Draconic reactor power input to output ratio. Okay, I am going to try something. Can I still go higher? No, I think this is the max. And I'm going to tell this thing, I do not give a shit, do as much as you want. Okay, now slash, oh wait, this is going into the wrong thing. I need to change this to the energy core network. Energy core should have everything dumping into it. Oh, my fission reactor is turned off again, for fuck's sake. Actually, that probably won't matter. Once I get this running, I should be having more power than that was generating. Draconic reactor input. Okay. So, let's do this again. Slash backup start. We are going to wait until the backup says it's done loading. Good. Okay. And now, if I hit activate, does this immediately just... Yep. God damn it. It's going too fast for me to even figure out what's going wrong with it. Core temperature, containment fields, fuel conversion, energy saturation. Maybe I just need to turn down how much is going into it to start with. Okay, there's no point in waiting for that to go through. Restore, we want this one at 230. Draconic reactor input-output ratio. Okay, I think I'm inputting too much at a time. Let's see, does this immediately blow up this time? Yep. What happened to it this time? Containment fields. I might have to play around with this offline as well, because I caramba, without watching a video on someone activating it and seeing how they do their input and outputs, it's kind of hard to just do this by guessing by golly. Oh, okay, so you can adjust the flux flow. Oh, no. There's one flux with its purple side on the back of one of the stabilizers. You do not want this to be 0, but the reactor is on. This is for the middle right displays energy saturation. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's just the amount that's been pre-put in. This has to put inserted through the... Yeah. You can adjust the flux gate to allow Okay, so this next section should be what's relevant to us, but I did want to... Temperature drops below 2,500 and saturation reaches... Okay, I need to get active for that first, though. The last thing anybody wants is their base turning into nuclear wasteland. Actually, did it keep... Okay. 200, 500. $750. $1,000. Okay, good. I'll leave it at that. I don't actually care about going all the way up to max anymore. 1,000 will do fine. Okay, back to the draconic reactor. Output a signal from zero as temperature rises up to 10,000. Oh, so it's temp and inverted temp. One equals greater than 10% shield. Sorry, one equals greater than 10%. 15 equals greater than 90%. Inverted. Sure, that would be useful to someone more knowledgeable about how this works. Okay. Field load rate tells us the current RF per tick we need to inject into the reactor via the energy injector in order to keep it at the level it's currently at. The lower the level of time field, the less RF per tick it uses, the more efficient your reactor becomes, but it also reduces the wiggle room on the output. Oh, okay. The more energy you draw from the reactor, the hotter it becomes, producing more energy. This is represented by the far left bar. Hotter is better as it means your reactor will use less fuel. However, if it goes above 8,000... didn't give me any sense of how much make the output 200k. What if I set this much lower? 1 RF per tick. 1 RF per tick. Did I remember to? Yes, I did. Even that fucking blew it up? Okay. I am gonna handle this one off stream. simply because I'm gonna have to watch a couple videos of other people doing it to have any clue how this works. And I won't be just watching a video while I'm streaming, so. I am glad to have made most of it on stream. You know, like, got the actual reactor positioned in place and got everything made. But I don't know enough about how this works to have any clue how to do it. Like, I've tried putting lots of power, I've tried putting medium power, I've tried putting little power. It's clearly got to be something to do with the ratio of how much you're taking in versus how much you're taking out. I can't even fucking shut it down? I was just trying to prevent accidental explosions. Okay, so we're just not gonna touch it. Because, Jesus Christ, that is difficult to deal with. Come on, load up. Okay. So did I accidentally hit activate? I don't know. I'm just not going to touch it. That can stay exactly as it is until I can watch a video on how it works. So I can't start it that high. Can I start it that high? What's going on in these? Like, what if I just keep flicking it on? Okay, so if I just flick it on a few times, after it turns off, it'll have fixed its sodium enough to 653. There we go, that's what I was looking for. that. Draconic. Okay, and we can put this in here. Okay. We have that, and that. That should be coming through. The only thing that doesn't actually have a spot to go would be the chaotic capacitor. And is that literally the only reason why it wasn't sending anything? Well, I really hope this doesn't... No, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If this resets everything on it, what am I losing? Perhaps I should grab some of my sigils for removing shit. That way, at the very least, I don't have to worry about any of those gems. I think I already have multiples of them, but, like, still. Yep, I'm gonna have to redo that. Chaotic chess piece. Oh. Well, it seems like we're only getting 3 slots on this thing then. Adamantine, attack damage, speed, experience gained, mana regen, spell power, critical damage would be nice. Plus health, plus armor, plus critical damage, plus experience gained, and plus luck. Perfect. That's exactly what we want to see. Healing received. Sure, we'll take that. Good enough. Okay, so we will have to make the modules for that. Neutronium. Collector. Oh, hey, we can get rid of this. Because we don't care about it. And we can also get rid of the recipe for it from here. That's not where the recipe for it is. It's at the world engine. Beautiful. And now we can say, hey, make me this. We should always have these things available. Okay, we're gonna have to tell it to make those things for me. Neutron compressor. Oh, that's not where I go up. I go up here. We'll put this amongst this shit, I guess. Okay. Process that. And that. Okay, good. So I can now make as many of these as I want. Let's go to the world engine. How many recipes do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This one doesn't have a use, this one doesn't have a use, this one doesn't have a use, this one doesn't have a use. That has a use. This one doesn't have a use. So we have 6 that are needed to start with. That is a long process just to make one of these. But it's able to do a lot of it in parallel, so... yeah, it's already made 3. Oh, it's because it needs to make ultimate machine cores. So we need uranite, which we've already been making a ton of, energite, which we can make a ton of, infused ender pearl, which I don't know if we've done the recipe for yet. Infused, we have not. Okay, so we can get this recipe going, which will require this recipe. This is just any kind of glass, right? Yeah. We want the normal glass. And we are out of patterns. So let's double check that uranite, it is in fact on auto craft energite. It is also on autocraft Fortron infused singularity. Fortron. Okay, we must have Fortron in here. And as long as we're telling it to keep a constant supply of Fortron, then we don't need to worry about the auto-crafting there. Inderium. Do we have that on autocraft? Inderium. Okay, so we have to do this one still. And Duritium, which we have on craft. So the only one of these we still have to process is that one. This is all operating right? Okay, yeah, it just takes a while. Okay. So, the 2 ways we can go about this are a dragon egg and 8 ender pearls for 18 Inderium. Doing it this way means we don't have to worry about using up the world engine on this. But if we do the Enderium block, it's only 800 millibuckets of ender and a dragon egg. So it's kind of equivalent in terms of recipe, but it's a different output. We get 4 times as much if we do it this way. Which is potentially worth it. Yeah, let me just try and look around to see if there's anything else that I think I'm going to be needing to do, like, a ton of or something. I mean, there are going to be a ton of other recipes I still have to do in here, but, like, as long as there's nothing else I really need to auto-craft in there constantly, it could be worth doing. I think it's worth doing. So we are going to go with this recipe, Molten Ender, Fluid Cow, infused, what is this part of RF Tools base? I'll put it with that stuff. And ultimate. Enderium. Good, we have plenty. Or, good, we have plenty. Good, we have it actually coming in now. World engine. And export. Enderium. Block. But for this we need that. So even though we have Enderium on autocraft now, we need a way to turn it into ingots. We could either just set it up to autocraft ingots, or we could set it up to... let's just set it up to autocraft the ingots. That's easy enough. Okay, now we need the neutronium compressors. One, two, three, four. I need a better place to put these, I guess. Well, I mean, where do we want to fit this? Do any of these have a... Oh. How much does this cost? 144 metal is the biggest one. It might genuinely be easier than auto-crafting to just set it up to happen via this. I don't know. Let me check infused 1,000. If I wanted to make 100,000, I would be capable. If I wanted to make 10 million, I wouldn't have enough. What if I wanted to make 1 million? I could make 1 million of these as is. And to make a single one takes 50. So 1 million over 50 would be 100,000 over 5, which would be 20,000. Which would make 20,000 of these, which would make 20,000 of these, which would make 4, 5, 6, however many of those I need. 8, 9, 10, 11. So that would pretty much be 20,000 over 8. Which would be 10,000 over 4, 5,000 over 2, 2,500 ingots. Which I assume this amount is pretty negligible. Which leaves me with 2,500-ish over 9. Let me get a calculator out for that one. I mean, it's going to be roughly 250. It's going to be a little bit over. 277-ish. Let's just go round it down to 250 anyways, because of the other ones we have to use for other recipes. 270, which is only really useful for 2 quests. One that's repeatable and one that isn't. Yeah, so it can stay as is. We don't need to worry about using that setup for this. Where do I want to put these fucking things? That's the question, ain't it? Over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 and 3, that works very well. And what I think I'm going to do is pretty much just set this up as an auto-crafting thing and then use the ME requester to constantly ask it to make more rather than just import, specifically so that I can manage how many it's making at a time. So I need 1 each. It's actually probably easier to request it via this, which is why I need to set it up as an infinity recipe. Not an infinity recipe, a repeatable recipe. Okay, let me go grab some storage buses. 3, 4... 5, 6. Okay, so this is all going to be to make one of these. Let's do it in this order. I like the organization method that doesn't actually matter, but does look nice. Satisfies my brain. Deuterium, Fortron infused, Enderium, Energite, used Ender Pearl, and Uranite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I need more than one thing for this even? Because if I just put one of these in with all the recipes... Well, I'm glad it isn't just putting random shit in there. Oh, okay. If I just do that, now this is online. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I highly doubt these are going to be going fast enough to need this, but I'll put 2 in anyways. Okay. Okay, now if we go to the world engine and we request, or not request, and we make this recipe. And we can tell it to export this recipe. And infinity singularity. Are these being made? So, what's gone wrong here? Oh, I think I know the first thing that's gone wrong. Well, actually, this... Starting to experience just a little bit of lag. I think these recipes need to be tailor-made. So let's get a bunch of all of these out. Fortron infused. Indirium. Energite. Just asked it to make some for us. Perfect. Infused Ender Pearl. We'll ask it to make some of those for us. And Uranite. You're in... There we go. So that's 150, 100, 32, no, sorry, 100, 50, 50. Oh, I bet you I know what it is. This happened in StoneBlock 3 as well. I believe they only input on top and they only export on the bottom because they're bitches like that. So I might have to... Well, fortunately it doesn't matter because these patterns aren't right anyways. Can I just redo this pattern? No, I have to. Well, hold on. Hold on. Pattern. Accidentally just got rid of one. Clone, multiply, replace, property mode. Dang. Oh, hey, I can turn them back into blank patterns though. That's cool. Put that away. Pattern modifier. Okay, so this we are going to set at 100. This we are going to set at 50. 100, 100, 50, 50. So that's step 1, which means we're just going to cancel that. Can't store contents, so it brought that into itself, but it can't do anything with it now. Okay, so now if we get rid of this on this half of it. Four, 5, 6. Infinity ingot. Does that help it deal with this, or does it still... Oh, I can get rid of that. Yeah, okay, so it was just an input-output issue. Only accepts it on certain sides. You know what? I'll actually just leave those partial stacks in there, because it means it's easy to tell what's what when I look at it. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if I tell it to keep 20 stocked, that will be... let's tell it to make a full stack. One at a time. Toggle that shit on. Hell yeah. Make me my infinity ingots. Or I guess make me my infinity... It's gonna make me another one. Okay. Now I can tell it, hey, make me an infinity ingot. That is not the recipe I want to do. And it should be completely capable of that. Once we see 8 here, I should be able to make one of these. No, we have that. Come on. Oh, wait. Nope, we're missing a step. One other thing that's needed, though. Let's automate this, and we can just stick it in... Where do I want to put it? Right there. Okay. To craft 8, to craft... And now, if we tell it to do this... It's crafting these 8 things right now. Or it should be. Hopefully it's crafting those. Yep, now it's crafting the last thing. Reactor... 2 of these. Yoink. Very interesting that this item just slightly cuts into that. Task, screen... Is there one for the infinity? Indestructible input only, task... Is there one for the infinity block? That's what I want to know. Yes, there is. Except we aren't going to set an export into that yet until... Actually, we can as long as we don't tell it what to put in there. No, actually no, we shouldn't. Because it doesn't need to be told what to put in there, it just needs to have the item. Or to have an item that can successfully go in. It'll look at everything if it needs be. Which means once I finally do make it, it will... Infinity, I already have the item on me, so I can just tell it, hey, keep 64 of these stocked. And it's never going to have the items for it frequently, but every so often it will. Infinity. Right now it has enough to make a second infinity ingot. We are just going to let that run and hope that it's working correctly. I'm just going to double check the world engine. I was trying to do too many things at the same time, ain't it? Is there a way we can tell it not to do multiple things at the same time? Do not push crafting ingredients if inventory contains a pattern input. Let's try this. Hopefully that's right. That's been inputted. Now at this point it's probably waiting on something in one of these. How do I clear this out? Okay, let me go into this and hit cancel on all these. What Oy vey. I have CPUs 1 through 6 now blocked up. So breaking this doesn't solve that issue. Okay, now that does seem to have solved it, and it seems to only be putting in one thing at a time. That's good. Now it should be able to go forever. If I break this multi-block and then put it back down... Oh, there we go. It got rid of the errors. I just hope it didn't break anything with the world engine in the process. It broke something with the world engine in the process. Okay, we're gonna disconnect the world engine. Dump all of this. Cancel, cancel, home. That. Good. Now, if we go back down to the world engine, till primary crafting result is returned. If it breaks again, we will try locking. Ay, 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 ay. Validator, we're gonna need this just to solve that. Okay, it might be working again. Infinity. Hey, that's a third ingot right there. It is not working again. Lock crafting. Okay, if we do it this way, does it prevent stuff from... Oh, actually that might be good enough. It might just because I kept breaking it. Okay, so those came back. So it should be... oh. Okay, back up we go. Break this one more time. Huh. Didn't know it would just give me stuff that it had in its inventory back. Cool to know. Now that we do it this way, and we have re-added that, and we haven't broken this, so it doesn't have a reason to get upset or anything. Do not push crafting ingredients if inventory contains a pattern input. There we go. So now it can automatically do that for us. We're on 4 ingots. Make me 1,000 of these, please. I'm just gonna make some extra singularities manually here. Oh, you know, I should make a reminder for myself that I have to work on the draconic reactor offline. Okay, how many singularities is that? 12? Which is only going to be one more infinity ingot. So I need 8 times 5, which is 40 of every single singularity, and then after that they can just come about naturally. Can I make this faster? I could. Fractured void. Go home. So first things first, let's make... Okay, so that should work. Okay. Efficiency speed on tier 9s. I'd have to add a bunch more of those. Or alternatively, now, how fast do they get replaced? This is slightly better. Perfect. That should be... $40. Okay. Fortron... It's actually so nice that this is 50. Okay, so we're already at 30. So once all of these are above 50... There we go. We have a few extra singularities now. Enuderium. So we want 40 of these, which means we need 4,005. How much do we need for this? 44.8 buckets? Cal, you need to move faster than that. I feel like something has broken in here. Oh, it's just not producing Fortron fast enough. If I just did that... Yeah, we can handle that much power. Hmm. Let's temporarily turn those off. And let's also just fix that again. Perfect. Energites, that's 40 times 100. Ah, we have 7. Okay, so that means I only need 33 times 100. Start. No, wait. Deuterium. Energite. Hey. Energite. Okay. Okay. Used Ender Pearl, Singularity. What happens if I just tell it to make 33 of those for me? And what happens if I make it go instantaneously? It's slightly slower than if I did it myself, but... Uranite, Singularity... Wrong thing. Urine. 33... Okay, and now if we look up infinity, we should be getting infinity ingots soon, which means we should be getting our infinity block. Wrong thing. We are up to 6? Might as well... Where the hell do we want to put those in here? Um... 32, 888, 16... 4? Added the wrong amount for some reason. Validator. What recipe are you trying to do? 1, 32, 16... Strange matter. Fortron 2000. Fortron. I have a dumb way I could fix this. Good. So let's get rid of that. Fortron. 2 buckets. Oh, it demands an output? Rude. Actually, if I set this to 0... Damn it. Is there something I can put in here as the output that'll fix this? No. I kind of just have to cancel the recipe. I just made it a second time. Why did I do that? But it's not missing ingredients. You just don't understand what I'm trying to do here. Sure. Don't ask how it gets done, recipe. Just do what I want. Now, please don't mind the fact that oh, there's no strange matter in here now. Well, didn't need to go through all of that. Stop putting Fortron in the second place. Oy vey, I'm gonna have to tell it how to make this recipe. Okay, so set all sides to none, back input. Set all sides to none, right input. Why are you trying to do so many recipes at the same time? Stop that. Card. I want an inverter card. Don't put that in there. Do put that in there. Have at it. Endist. How many does it want? Crafting 5. Make me 5 more of those, please. Now, in the future, this might cause other problems from trying to insert fluids and only ever inserting via here or here. But it doesn't... So we might have just discovered the very first one. Okay, so we tell Ender Fluid, hey, don't go in there, go in there. And then we have to dump this and take that out. Crafting 16, crafting 32. Let's sell it to make 48 more. Now I can cancel this recipe because it's all gone into these two. So pretty much anything that requires fluid, we're handling the secondary input for it. Which is kind of the backwards way to do this. So if we quickly swap that around... Oh no, we just royally biffed it. We have to set this to right, and this to back. And we're gonna have to, say, make us like 100 of these. But now, what's happening is, most of this stuff is just coming in via here. But liquids are coming in via here. Okay, I think this is working right now. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Infinity block, watch the flowing time. Repair talisman, nether star chicken. Alfred's meat shredder of destruction? Godforged. Skullfire sword. Heart amulet. Ring of greater discount. Soul amulet. I want to look at that. World shaper. When on head, up to 30% adaptive resistance to damage. Oh. Okay. Slowpoke's ultimate balance. Netherite hammer. Eternal stake. Tempad. We don't need the second one. We have that. Clips alloy paxel. Unbreakable brush. Tesseract. Okay, if I swap this... Oh, canisters. How does this work? Soul amulet. Huh. So it's a curio, but it doesn't count as a heart amulet, but it's also not compatible with the heart amulet. So, right now, items are coming in... I'm not actually sure which one the items are coming in. Did this change anything? This is... The first fluids are still being filtered by that, which means secondary fluids are doing that. So to actually change this, I would need to swap it back to what it was. No, I would want it... No, yeah, actually I would want to swap it back to what it was. And I'd want to filter by things that can go in the second thing instead of things that can go in the first. Which might not be too bad. Because I would have to filter by time fluid, strange matter, time fluid, carbonite, carbonite. I don't care about the shield fire one, strange matter again, void flame, but I don't really care about it, liquid darkness, but I don't really care about it. I won't need ether gas because... Well, first off, I don't know if I'll need any more Dragon Hearts, but even if I do, I'll be getting Dragon Hearts from the... Dragon Fabricator, if I need them. I don't have it yet, but I know it's coming up soon. I don't remember why I know it's coming up soon, but I know it's a reward you get at some point. Oh, I think it's because of the task screens. They can show you quests you don't have yet. And one of them rewards you with... So, right now we're saying don't put in these in here, which means we're saying don't put these in the second slot, which means if we take these out, and put them in here, then we should end up with the same thing. Inverter card. Oh no, we did get it in there. Okay. Okay, and now if we go to the validator. Okay, let's see if... Can it make a sigil of supremacy in all of this? Well, we'll see. Will that does its thing. You now hold the spark of creation itself. Use it wisely. You have achieved what no human before you have accomplished. The world is whole once more, and through it your reality endures. Now with the power of creation in your hands, go forth and shape the world to your will. I thought there was one more tier. Oh, speak with the Echo of Guidance. Okay. Submit, submit. It's gonna teleport us there. World Engine's gonna be going right now. Yeah, okay, so it's exactly what I thought it was gonna be. Oh, okay, so it did reactor, reactor, infinity block, not the other way around. Well, actually, sorry, I thought it was gonna be infinity block in the middle, but... Beautiful! Go to spawn. You've fully synchronized with the world and unlocked its relevant the work thanks to you for preventing the collapse of your dimension. You may now begin your ascension and acquire the tools to rebuild your home. That unlocks the final tier. Ascension Tier 1. Make the infinity stuff. Note all quests in this chapter must be completed using a task screen. I don't actually care about the armor. I'm going to make it, but I'm not going to end up using it. That actually might be true for the sword as well, other than the fact that it is extremely useful for killing the... What are they called? Malkuth and the Cheesed. I know from the creative world I've used for testing stuff. Creative motor, redstone singularity. Huh. Interface. Capacitor for infinite energy. Tier level max. You know, a lot of these don't seem too bad. This is one of the things I spent time buying off stream because I wanted to be able to spend all of my money, and the only way to get most of these is via buying them. So I already have these, I can tell you that. Set the luck of a chance cube once placed into the pendant. Huh. Stall to unlock all items that can be replicated within your replication system. Okay, so this is why we need more, some of those other singularity types. This is also probably going to be one of the first things I do, because it's definitely one of the most powerful of all the things. Without the need for power. Ascension Tier 2, Transcendent. Want to give infinite power to. AE2, RS2. Singularity. Ascension Tier 3, Omniscient. Take care of it before you can. Creative power for everything. God of the world. Well, I can tell you, we aren't doing that today. Hey. It did get made at some point. Sweet, so that's another thing for me to handle offline more. Crafting card. Acceleration card. The only one I want to get done today is this one, if possible. Harmonite. So, to make this requires this superheated You know what? It should be fine. Partition. Partition. Okay. Now, if we tell it to make this, does it have a red matter sword available? It doesn't. I might have to take the time to make that myself. Validator. And export the Infinity Sword. Available 256, missing 240. Why does that take so much? Oh, because it has to make... Okay. Smithing template, one of these. Diamond sword, make one of these. Netherite, take one of these. Matter, make two of those for me. This is just going to take a moment. And we need to make one of these. Does it not care about you making the other infinity stuff? That's of I guess it doesn't show you that. Sharpness L? Sorry, I have to read up what this says. That is wild. Does this have any uses in this pack? No, it doesn't. Available 256, missing 78. Oh, I see. It's only making... So what's currently holding it back is this setup here. So, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Four, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the wrong place for those to go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now it should be working. We'll export back into those. I suppose I don't need multiple, probably. Durium. If I just do this. Device offline. Okay, so now I can craft all of these at the same time. which means it's a little bit faster at crafting all of this shit. I probably won't care about the bow anymore, actually. It'd be really nice if I could get this done today. Huh, did I... Oh, I didn't tell it to craft the infinity block. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that as is, because I need the infinity ingots for something else first. So it crafts most of the stuff very quickly, and it just has a few things, specifically the infinity singularity, that takes a little bit longer. Actually, this isn't fine. Because for this, we need one of these catalysts. One, make that for me. I guess I could have just told it to make this. That would have also worked. Presumably. Let's just go until we eat that stew. Regeneration 2. Do we have everything? We have everything. And this... Oh, great, our bit rate's going just as we're finishing up. Sweet. It's the first quest, or first part of the first quest done. And now... if I start this boss fight... I should be able to just... No? There we go. Okay, I ran into it on accident. Which just means, when it comes to these bounties now, they are just like any other boss, an instant kill. Hello, Malkuth. I have come to rue your day. Great fight. Okay. Huh. I wonder if this can... I don't have to wait for the wither now. The power of the cosmos dominate the cosmos. Blade the sword of the cosmos. Okay, so we already have the diamond shovel, so we just need to make another diamond sword. No, we don't want to do a pattern. We want to do an actual diamond sword. Same with the diamond pickaxe. But we can quickly take a look at this for these purposes. So the capacitor. So we make that, that. Add draconic. What do you mean you're missing a diamond sword? Sorry, a diamond shovel. You've literally... Oh, okay. It just can't recognize those as normal. Fine, I'll make you a new one. Draconic. So, first things first, we have to... 2, 3, 4, 5 items. Those two, we need something that has... one that has a draconium core, and one that has a wyvern. Four. Draconium. Sorry, wyvern and draconium. We're going to save that for a second. We can just cancel that recipe. Now, if we do the same thing with this... Okay. Sword, shovel, pickaxe, pickaxe. Okay. So first things first. Wyvern sword. I have a wyvern sword. Oy vey. These recipes. Wyvern. Sword. Okay, now if I try and do the recipes, now do you recognize those as the correct swords? And stuff. You do. Okay. So we need 4 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. Two, 3, 4. Okay, so we have to cut off 2 of these. So if we leave those 2, we can cut off this one with a capacitor, this one with a wyvern core, then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're just going to change this recipe to this. Get rid of that. We're going to cancel all of these, grab the wyvern stuff myself, and then reset it out. Or okay. Now we can suspend each of these. Go into here and take these out. We can also take that one out, because we've already got it. Okay, then we can take those out. And we can also input this, and we can take that out. So we're looking for... Sorry, what? 4, 5, 6. One of those. And one of those. What am I doing wrong here? 4, 5, 6. There we go, that's the recipe done. And Chaotic Staff of Power. We have to make quite a few of those. I bet you if we did a similar thing with the blocking, we would need less storage bus related stuff. We would probably just have to tell it what it can and can't put. In there. ME stock export bus? What? Why is that a stock export bus? I realize now that there was a lot of things listed in that are now no longer listed in that. But that's okay. I assume it's trying to make this. Oh, doy. Three, four. What is it looking for? 4 of these, 4 of each of these, and oh, it does need another one in the center. Let me try. Three, two, 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 one. Three, two, 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 one. So it needs a place to put 3 chaotic energies. So 3 of these, 2 of each of these, 2 of those, and 1 of those. 1 place there, 1 place there. Put a capacitor in there, capacitor in there, and a capacitor in there. This handles the large, and if we put small in here, wait, no. What are we missing? Large and a small? Two, three, one. And with that, we now have completed a bunch of quests. Interesting. This will only have modules on it, so I'll have to compare modules to this. At Cognitium. Guessing that's... Oh, it is still linked. Ha! Two, two, two. Three, three. Tech Pierce Tech, crit chance. Tech, crit chance, armor piercing. Ooh, attack damage. Snared, weakness, shocked. Ancient knowledge is what we're going to be looking for. Ancient knowledge on hit, gain ancient knowledge 40, 20 to 50, so it's stacking. Ancient knowledge 1 to 2, 1 to 3. We want 1 to 3. Still only the 1 to 2 version. Still only the 1 to 2 version. Damn it, we need more levels. I'll be doing that more in between. Episodes. The only other thing I might consider doing in this episode would be if I was to quickly set up this replication thing. No, that's definitely going to take too much time. Work, disintegrator, replicator, matter overflow tank. Oh yeah, I should is that locked or is that not locked? Well, we're just going to set it to void all excess. At replication. Oh, damn. Integrator. Chip storage. Memory chip. Replicator. Used alloy +2. Perfect. World engine. How long can this take? Jesus. This go up. Might as well turn these two back on. Why does it say I have more of these? Yeah, whatever. Then if you did something like that, no. Memory chips go here. You put items here and it identifies them onto them. I'm not quite sure how this works. This information 100% to get the information on the chip storage to transfer directly. Scan it in the identification chamber to get the information on the chip storage to transfer it directly. That's replication. Okay. That is a sort of baseline setup. I don't exactly understand how you provide power. Replicator. To craft the motor, to first craft the matter blueprint for the motor. Place this into with a memory chip to teach your system how to replicate it. Lux. Is there anything here that doesn't consume power? This, apparently. Adds mechanism ultimate. It didn't just generate... Okay, no, it just made one. Okay. What do you mean, chapter complete? There's still more in the chapter. There's the mob crusher. There's the hydrophonic bed. Simulated hydrophonic bed. This. This. And that. Class. Pain. Raw iron. Iron chunk, geologist, gravel. Okay, sorry, I just ended up on a very weird tangent that doesn't matter at the moment. So, between streams, I am going to work on these 3 things. I'm going to get modules going from Draconium, because I think they're all pretty easy to make. Like, even these. It's all just crafting. So I'm going to set up that and work on those. And then, other than that, I'm going to work on getting this sword as good as I can. Okay. I'm going to tell it to start crafting those. But that is going to be it for today's stream. Thank you all for coming. Oh, also the Draconic Reactor. And probably buying more efficient speed add-ons. Give me iron. Give me iron. Nope, that's still not iron. Still not iron. What are the odds on iron? They're literally all equal. Okay. Come on. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Okay. That's enough. So, tomorrow I will be back with Elden Ring again. We should be finishing up whatever it's called. The randomizer run, and then we'll be back on Tuesday with this, and hopefully I think there'll probably be 2 more streams of this, maybe 3 if some things take longer than I think, but I think we're actually really close. So, thank y'all for coming. I'll see y'all next time. Goodbye.